Ohayo. Hajimemashite. Malik Torihane. Hello, my freaky darlings. How are we today? Oh, how is everybody doing today? We're awake? Hi. Hello, Marta. Hello, Kazo. Hello, Ryan. Ooh, I do want to apologize for yesterday. I know some people were kind of disappointed that I wasn't on stream, but I just needed to take a day mentally. I wasn't in the right headspace. I was kind of angry, and I didn't want that to come out in my tone and work. So we're just, you know, we're picking it up today. We're gonna be doing we're gonna, you know, do our thing. Today, I think what we're gonna do today is we're gonna work on a couple of model sheets and stuff. I think we're gonna try and save manga work for next week. So we're gonna start doing that. Yeah, I know, Marta. You haven't been on. You haven't been in the streams for a little while. I think we're gonna do. Yeah, we're gonna do some model sheet commissions first, and see how far we can get with those. And that's just gonna be the. Oh, I wish I was going to Grand Rapids Comic Con. I don't have the money to go to conventions right now. But yeah, today we're gonna do some model sheet commissions. I've got a bunch, but we're gonna try and get these ones done. And that's just gonna be our agenda for the day. So I welcome you all to the TEMPTacle Lounge. I hope we're here for chill vibes and just to hang out and stuff. So, without any further ado, grab a drink, grab a snack, and let's get to work. By the way, the commission discount code is still applicable for today, for the rest of the month. You can use the code Taco Papa, all one word, for 10% off your commission orders at my Ko-fi link. Yeah, I kind of figured you were still doing stuff with school, so... Almost everything in GT was the same, except for, you know, just, like, the way the events and stuff played out. Because I don't want to just copy like everybody else's like designs and stuff. I don't want like Goku to just only have his End of Z outfit or his GT outfit. You know, I want to be able to change certain things to make things stand out. If I just drew everybody the way they appeared in another series, then it doesn't seem as original and it just doesn't seem as interesting. Yeah, that outfit will change a little bit when I get to it, but it will remain largely the same. Yeah, I don't know why Goku's outfit magically shape shifts when he goes Super Saiyan 4 in the anime, but that's not the case with us. Oh, I don't know. I never concern myself with other people's fan characters. That's why, like, I get a lot of requests by people for them to, like, use Dragon Ball New Age characters in their stories, and in a lot of ways, I kind of refuse because, you know, mostly because I'm protective of my characters, but I write them a certain way, and the ideas that these people have for my characters just go completely against the way they're written, and I don't want that to happen. You know, and I wouldn't be so arrogant as to say that, you know, well, I could write Zykor better or whatever. So, you know, I just tend to leave, like, other people's fan characters alone. I mean, I'm sure, like, if I was, like, doing, like, a rewrite or whatever, and I was, like, including Zykor, there are definitely things that I personally would change about it, but I'm not saying that those changes would necessarily be better. It's just what I would happen to do with the particular character. Just, you know, like, my main issue with Zykor is that he just reeks of, like, edgy fan characterness, which is part of his appeal, I guess. He is everything that Rigger used to be. It's different from regular Scouters because it wasn't built by the Frieza Force. The Scouter that Sapari uses was built by people on planet Makama. No, that scouter, the scouter that Sapari wears is built to measure powers similar to his. That's why the measurements and stuff are different. If a Frieza Force scouter tried to measure him, it would surely explode. But the one that Sapari has is built to measure and withstand the powers that Rigger gets up to. Yeah, Rigger doesn't really feel a need to wear a scouter. He doesn't, he doesn't sense energy in this one like he used to. That was the reason he didn't wear one in the old version, was because he could sense energy, but in this one he doesn't. He just doesn't care. He doesn't care how strong you are. And hello, Blazing! Ah, Hussein Ali, thank you for the subscription. I'm sorry, I missed it. I missed the notification. Yeah, there's still History of Rigger chapters that are left. That's just on the back burner for right now until we get to it. I'm waiting for Crimson to finish up the finale for part 1. This is Calpana, a character for a fighting video game that I originally did character art for. This one. But we're doing some character sheets so we can see what she looks like all around. Yeah, I figure I can't be a overseas protege of Akira Toriyama if I'm not doing character design for video games. So I need to lean into it. I have a bunch of DMs on Discord that I haven't answered yet. So I probably did. I've got like 15 of them and I haven't answered any of them. Nah, Rigger in base form is like 6'10". He's huge. He's gigantic. Yeah, he's a big boy. Yeah, he's gigantic. He's got some heft to him. He's got to be around the 300-pound mark if he's that big. Just 300 pounds of muscle. Hey, Ruby King, what's going on? Aw, man, I know the feeling, dude. I've been suffering with migraines all my life, so I know the pain you're going through. I don't wish it on anybody. How what, Marta? There we go. Sketch done. Well, that's what I'm here to do, Marta. I'm not here to just, like, have people watch me and not interact with my chat at all. I love having people come here, and I love to chat with people and interact. And when people... I know what it's like to, like, follow a YouTuber or a streamer and try to ask them something and then they just ignore it completely. I know what that's like, and I don't want to be that kind of YouTuber. I want people to come to my channel and feel like that they can, you know, they can chat with me, they can ask me questions. I mean, I know, like, for some bigger, like, streamers and stuff, it can be difficult because, like, they have, like, a gigantic audience, so they really only, like, read super chats and stuff, but I don't want to be that kind of streamer. I want to be able to answer everybody. You'll have to see what goes on with Rigger in the new version. Yeah, I gotta get monetized before I can get my super chats, but we will have super chats. Basically, I just don't like to leave my audience hanging. That's my basic thing. Is like, you know, we're in a lounge. I'm here to talk and stuff. So let's talk. I'm not gonna ignore you. Within reason, I won't ignore you. If you're being ignorant, then I will ignore you. And if you're being extra ignorant, then I ban you. But if you're being respectful, then yeah, if you're just being respectful and you want to ask me questions, I am more than happy to answer. But yeah, if you want to ask me something, don't be afraid to ask. As long as I see it, I will answer you. Sometimes things get past me, but not often. I'm looking at the chat a lot. More than just work, these streams are for me to interact with you guys. Chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry milk? I mean, like vanilla milk, are we just talking like just plain milk in that case? Oh, well, I've never had. Well, I mean, I can't say I've never had it. I've never had vanilla flavored regular milk. The milk that I drink is actually vanilla unsweetened almond milk. So I have had that, but I haven't had vanilla regular milk before. So out of the ones you chose, out of the options you gave me, I would have to say chocolate milk. I've had strawberry and I've had chocolate milk before, and of the two, I think I like chocolate better. Oh, you're fine, Marta. You're not doing anything. You didn't do anything wrong. You don't got to apologize for anything. Yeah, we're gonna try and get a couple of these, what do you call it, character sheets done today. Tomorrow, as usual, will be DBNA day. So, we can look forward to that. And then, Monday is going to be, What If Monday. So, we're gonna try and we're gonna do, the Moscow X thumbnails on Monday. chocolate is clearly the superior of the milk. I mean, you're not exactly wrong. Kellyanne, hello! I mean, I'm not exactly, like, hype about chocolate milk, but I can understand why people like it. I think it's like a holdover from childhood. I mean, people have made Rigger action figures before. In fact, like, one of the guys who made a Rigger action figure was supposed to send me one, but I never got it. I would love to have, like, a Banpresto Rigger statue. I would love that. I am trying to get some plushies made, but no word on that just yet. But we've got, we're trying to get some plushies made. I'm moving around to try and get a P.O. box set up in case you guys wanted to, like, send stuff or whatever. And we could do, like, you know, fan mail unboxings and stuff like that on the channel. So we're trying to get that set up. And, if you are interested in purchasing merch, there is a link in the description to the Bonfire store where you can get some t-shirts that were designed by me. Well, I mean, my thoughts on that design, I mean, should be fairly obvious at this point. As much as, like, it was my original design and everything, it has changed. You know, I changed it, so I felt like, you know, there obviously had to be something wrong with it. I don't know. It's all something that we might look into at some point, you know, to try and get, like, a Rigger statue made, but I have other pressing matters that require my money at the moment. But yeah, as I said earlier, I am looking into maybe getting some plushies done of of me basically. But we might also like look into getting some plushies and stuff of like maybe like Rigger and Sapari. I think that'd be kind of cool. Hey, Jason. I'm doing better than I was yesterday, man. I mentioned earlier that I didn't stream yesterday because I just wasn't in the right headspace. I was kind of upset yesterday, and it would really come out in my tone of voice. So I just decided not to stream until I was better. Rigger shirts, I'm trying to figure out a way I can do the design that's not going to get it taken down again, because apparently the one that I did before was not different enough, I guess, to warrant not getting taken down. I still want to do some Rage to Power shirts like I did before. I just might have to like alter the design a little bit so that it's more original, I suppose. But as of right now, in the merch store, there are we have Creature of Culture shirts, which is a brand new design that I just did. That sports my visage in the Helltaker style artwork. We've also got the Eldritch Woodcut. We've got the logo for the TEMPTacle Lounge. And there's another design in there. Oh, the Tentacle Just Goo It shirt is in there. But that's the thing, when I did the Rigger shirt, the Rage to Power shirt is just a silhouette. It was a half face. It wasn't even like a full face. You couldn't tell who it was. You wouldn't be able to tell that it was Vegeta just by looking at it or something. You could tell it was like Dragon Ball style, but you couldn't tell who it was. But I might have a way of doing it. There's a chance like I could use the like the silhouette that I had of Rigger when he becomes his Asura form, and I could do that as the shirt, because that's enough of a silhouette where it's different enough where I don't think the bots would pick it up or whatever. So that might be something to look forward to in the near future. I'm also going to look into trying to get like a discount code for Christmas for the merch store. So you can hopefully get a little bit of a discount on your shirt purchases or whatever. Deep down, the robots know. Skynet, me. Dun 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 dun. Oh, also, next week I can for sure tell you guys. Next week, Saturday, I will not be on. I have a family engagement, so I will not be on next Saturday. All right, Jason. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, if I can ever get back in contact with Damon Clark and like if I ever get like any kind of animation done, I would hire him to be the voice of Rigger for sure. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. That's fine, Marta. I've had people nod off on stream before because of the vibe. We're giving off them relaxing vibes, and people are like, "Man, I kind of gotta like get like a coffee or something because it's too relaxing in here." So, you know, I sympathize with it. I get it. That is the vibe I'm aiming for. I just want it to be nice and relaxing. We are chill here. Chill vibes only. Why Damian Clark? because his voice for younger Toguro from Yu Yu Hakusho is the voice that I hear when I hear Rigger talk. When I like have Rigger's dialogue go off in my head, that's the voice I hear. It's a good show. I like Yu Yu Hakusho. I kind of lost interest in it after the Dark Tournament, but it's still a good show. The Dark Tournament, I feel like, was kind of like where it kind of peaked. It peaked there for me anyway. The villain that they had after that, I don't know, he just didn't gel with me all that much. I thought it was kind of interesting that he had, like, alternate personalities and stuff. And his, personalities, like, the different personality that he would be in would determine, like, his power set and stuff. And, like, at first, it was really cool because he said, yeah, like, based on, like, you know, raw power on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm, like, a 1 and you're a 10. But on a score of, like, on spiritual power, I score, like, 100. And then later, it just evolved into raw power. Hey, Marta, if you have to go, like, don't, like, you don't gotta feel bad or anything. Like I said, I am just happy when anybody comes in and takes some time out of their day to come in and stop by the stream. It means a whole lot to me. Even if you can't hang out for the whole day, I don't, you know, I mean, I don't come into this expecting everybody who tunes in to have to stay for the whole day. Just the fact that you took some time out of your day to come by the stream means a ton to me. and I greatly appreciate it more than you can know. I am not one of those tubers who are like, if you leave my stream early, or you don't buy my merch, or you don't super chat me or whatever, that you're not a true fan or what. I don't know. We're not about that on this channel. We are all chill vibe and just having a place for people to come and relax and chit chat with some dorky squid on the internet. Which also reminds me that I also need to start planning for my my moving avatar debut. That will be an entire stream in and of itself, just basically my moving model debut. I'm sorry to hear that, Marta. You're not gonna run into that here, though. you might notice in the old version, her leggings were just right up to her thighs. There was nothing different, but in these new updated art, we've got the leggings are pinching the legs a little bit, giving a little bit of that good thigh squish. You know me, Kazo. Anybody who follows me on Twitter knows that I am besides being just your general opie enthusiast, I have a thing for I have a thing for booba squish. When booba are squished, like together or whatever, if somebody shows off like good booba squish, I dig that artwork. And I'm kind of the same way on thighs. I like it when we get a little bit of thigh squish. Squish is good. Show off your squish. Squeesh! That's going on a t-shirt, just squeesh. Squeesh. Yeah, if you were ever curious on what I envision Rigger to sound like, just look up any clip of the English dub of Yu Yu Hakusho that has younger Toguro in it, and you'll hear Rigger's voice whenever he speaks. Alright, Marta. I like I said, I really appreciate you coming out. I know you don't get to all that often because of school and everything, but I really appreciate you coming and spending some time in the lounge, man. I really do. Am I from Texas? No. Bye, Marta. Hopefully I'll see you again next time. Yeah, that's nowhere near the voice that I would think would be appropriate for Rigger. It's just like a lot of people when they do like their voice dubs of Elijah, they think he sounds like Baby from Dragon Ball GT, and he does not. He has a much more sophisticated sound. His voice is kind of deep. The person that I envision like doing his voice acting work is the person who does the voice of Kagato from Tenchi Muyo, Ryo Oki. I don't even know if that guy is like still in voice acting because that was like ages ago, but that's the voice that I go for. Like, hold on a second. I won't be able to show it, because I'm not opening up another view window, but let me see if I can, pull it up. Yeah, here we go. I'll pause the music really quick.
However, this one.
Eternal and most wanted criminal Kagato.
I'm gonna need to raise the volume. Up just a smidge. I'll lower it once we get back to that.
Come out now. I know you're here. I said come out.
Let's see. Hold on just one second. Here we go. This gentleman right here.
Please excuse my behavior earlier.
Yeah, that's the voice I imagine for Elijah.
Ryoko!
However, this one belongs to me. She is, how can I say it delicately, waste product. Still, she is agile. I bet she's given you some trouble. Princess Asami, Princess Ayeka, don't you think it's best we talk someplace private, someplace where there's no one to bother us?
I just love, like, he's got, like, a very calm but very threatening voice.
Any kind of combative.
Okay, that's enough. We go back to work. Yes, the guy with the glasses and gray hair. If you just go to YouTube and you look up Kagato Tenchi Muyo, it'll be like the first result. One of the first. It's either the first or the second video will be the one that I just played. Yes, Ryoko is waifu. Maybe one day, like when we're doing like video reviews, I can go through and like show off some of like, you know, basically my fan cast for DVNA. We'll play some younger Taguro clips and stuff like that. It's from that clip of Tenchi Muyo. That actually was the clip that made me want him to voice Elijah. It was when he's fighting Tenchi, and he's just like, he's basically just knocking this poor kid around, and Tenchi is just like helpless against him, and he's like, this is no fun at all. Do you enjoy making me waste my time? And that one like read right there, I was like, yeah, that's Elijah right there. This is no fun at all. Do you enjoy making me waste my time? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like what I was going for with Elijah. I want his voice to sound oddly soothing, but at the same time still very threatening. And I feel like Kageto's voice kind of hits that. I don't need to make his voice deeper. That Kagato voice is absolutely what I want. It doesn't need to be deeper. It doesn't need to sound malicious and extra threatening. It just needs to sound kind of threatening while still at the same time sounding soothing. Elijah is not a demon. He's the demon's creator. He is not a demon himself. Yeah, just because he created the demons doesn't mean he is one. He is not a demon. They call him the Lord of Demons because he created them, but he is not a demon himself. No, try to. We are doing a character model sheet of this particular character right here. Oop, that's her butt. Of this character. Yeah, when in the old version, when Elijah originally showed up, they believed him to just be a demon, but it was quickly revealed that he is not just a typical demon. The reason behind that is because at the time when I was originally writing the Elijah arc, I honestly still hadn't quite figured out what I wanted Elijah to be. That's why that arc is like loaded with a bunch of like just nebulous and ill-defined ideas that like changed as I went. But you know, now we have a better understanding and idea of what we want to accomplish with it. Good night, Marta. Yeah, Elijah is not one to mess with, to be frank, you know. He's crazy. Literally, he is crazy. Kazo, is Barker still doing the sprites for these characters? There's no such thing as the strongest aspect lord. All the aspect lords are equal in power. They are all equals because they are all essentially the same being. In a manner, it's not exactly like a holy trinity. They're the pillars of existence. They are the reason they're called the aspect lords is because they are the essential aspects of existence of all reality that require, basically existence to happen. There needs to be good to be evil. There needs to be light to be dark. There needs to be creation to be destruction, vice versa. They recognize their opposites and they are defined by their opposites. Which is why you can't just go willy-nilly and kill an Aspect Lord, because if you kill an Aspect Lord, you kill all of the Aspect Lords, and without the Aspect Lords, you don't have existence. Because the Aspect Lords, like, they're not like personifications or embodiments of what they represent. They literally are what they represent. Elijah is literally darkness. His brother is literally light. Elijah is literally evil. And his brother is literally good. Without evil, good can't recognize itself. Without good, evil can't recognize itself. If you get rid of one, it basically loses its identity. The others lose their identity and they all go. And you lose that part of creation. And when you lose all the things that are responsible for what you are, you lose everything. So, as bad as Elijah is, you can't just kill him. Alrighty, we got our lines done. Now we can start coloring. I'm gonna crack this last energy drink I got before it gets too late, because I want to be able to sleep tonight. He's not indestructible. They are not indestructible, don't get me wrong. They are very powerful, but they are not indestructible. They are functionally immortal, which means they do not die of old age. Because to them, age does not exist. It's not like true immortality where you're just incapable of dying from literally anything. They are capable of dying, just not of old age or natural causes. Yeah, they are not like Zamasu, where they are, like, quote-unquote, truly immortal. They are functionally immortal in that they are you cannot kill them with... They will not die of old age or natural causes. They have one very specific weakness that is able to kill them. Hey, Scott. Well, yeah, like, being truly immortal, quote-unquote, doesn't matter to Aspect Lords. It's kind of like with Beerus, like, Torishima from, Dr. Slump is a ghost, so he, like, is not supposed to be able to die, but Beerus can just erase him. It's sort of the same thing with Aspect Lords against Immortals. You could be immortal against everything, but if you go up against an Aspect Lord, you can be wiped from existence. Or, like, look what happened with Zamasu when he went up against Zeno. You know? Zamasu's supposed to be immortal, but Zeno was able to just wipe him out of reality, basically. So yeah, you could be immortal all you want, but if you went up against an Aspect Lord, it doesn't matter. I'm doing pretty good there, Scott. I'm just having a day. Yesterday, I was like, I was kind of bummed out, but I'm better today. Trying to get a couple of these character reference sheets done. Get these done and moved out to my waiting clients. The last couple days were kind of taken up by a rush commission that extended to be way longer than I had intended it to be for reasons out of my control. But we're good. We're good now. We're better now. We're better now. It's fairly simple, but I actually like Calpana's color scheme. Just these, kind of darker colors, but, I think it still fits really well with her. Oh god, if there is one thing we do not need, is more Super Saiyan gods. I would rather eat a hat than get more Super Saiyan gods. If you want more Super Saiyan gods, go watch Dragon Ball Heroes. That garbage is made just for you. But keep more Super Saiyan gods out of the main series. It's bad enough that, like, almost every character who has even an ounce of Saiyan blood is a Super Saiyan. The last thing we need to be doing is handing out god forms like they're candy. No, we don't need Ultimate Pan either. If you're gonna give Pan Super Saiyan, just make her work for it. That's all I ask. Don't make it a Caulifla situation where she feels a tingle in her back and gets it. Or she's just born with it because it's Maybelline. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's bullshit. Hey, we made her cuter. There we go. Mission accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Mission accomplished. Yeah, my style has changed a little bit since you got me to do that original character art there, Kazo. I feel like I have upgraded my skill set and I could give you better character artwork than I was able to previously. I am also sorry, I still have a bit of a sniffle, so I do apologize. We just have to kind of grit our teeth through that. Otherwise, I would have to keep the mic on mute the whole time. This cold weather is like really riding on me. Dunwich is lovely, but man, it gets chilly here. The weather is very wacky. Like, it gets down into the, like, 30s at night. But then, like, it was, like, almost 70 degrees during the day. That is just a gigantic temperature swing. Yeah, to get up close, make sure we ain't got any of those little gaps. Yeah, weather is just wacky. Alright, we got our flats done. Made really good progress on this one. I'm going to stand up really quick, run to the restroom, and grab a small snack. And then we'll come back and put the highlights and shades on this one and finish it out. So just give me a few minutes, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's get this bad boy dusted off. couple little gaps right here. Get those filled in. I've mentioned before that I'm not just handing out transformations to everybody, so don't count on Goku or Vegeta showing up with Asura form. I am not going to fall for the same thing that other fan manga creators do, where they introduce a new transformation and then everybody gets it. We're not doing that. I also mentioned that this series is going to focus more on powering up the side characters and the new generation of heroes rather than just focusing on buffing Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta have gotten enough buffs. It's time to start spreading the love around a little bit. Chris Pratt playing Mario and Jack Black playing Bowser in the new Mario movie. I literally don't care because I'm 99.999999% sure I'm never gonna watch it. I do think we just announced that Chris Pratt is playing insert character here. I think that meme has more than worn out its welcome. It's like Ultra Instinct Shaggy at this point. It is like, it was good for a chuckle the first time, but the 97,000th time, it's not funny anymore. I didn't even see the Sonic movie. I have a very strained, I guess would be the lightest term that I could use. I have a very strained relationship with Hollywood. I have no faith in Hollywood to adapt movies to be really good anymore. The last movie that actually got me in theaters was Endgame, and that's because I had been invested in that story for 10 years, and I felt like I needed to see it through. And now, like, I have no interest in anything in Phase 4 of the MCU or anything. The only movies I want to see are the Spider-Man one and Doctor Strange. Those are the only two MCU movies in Phase 4 that I have any interest in seeing. I don't care literally about anything else in Phase 4. I don't even know if Hollywood can make originals anymore. They are so creatively bankrupt. And even when they do try something original, it winds up sucking. Like, I watched Brandon's cult movie reviews on YouTube, and he was joking. He made a joke about them, like, remaking Jaws. And then it came out that they were actually trying to get permission from Steven Spielberg to remake Jaws. I'm like, if you are so lost and you have absolutely no creativity, that all you can do is take these classic movies that hit the mark decades ago, and your answer is to try and reimagine them, which that word is a death nail for any project anymore. Anytime immediately when I hear the word reimagine, I'm like, okay, you're just going to make it crappy. So, like, if the only thing that you can do is reimagine these movies that have already hit the mark, you have nothing to offer me. I don't want to hear anything that you have to say. I don't want to watch anything that you are trying to bring to the table. I honestly forgot Spider-Verse 2 was coming out. Yeah, when Endgame ended, I was just like, you know, I mean, that was 10 years of my life. And I kind of feel like, you know, I got closure on that piece of my fandom. There were a couple of things that I wish would have been done differently with it, but overall, I was satisfied. You know, despite the missteps along the way, I was still satisfied with that, and that being the ending of the MCU, I would have been totally happy with. Almost everything they have done in Phase 4, I think is a gigantic misstep. I have not liked virtually anything they have done in Phase 4. Black Widow missed the mark. Shang-Chi, from what I heard, because I didn't watch it, missed the mark. I only liked the first 3 episodes of WandaVision. Episode 1 of Falcon and the Winter Soldier just completely lost me. And episode 1 of Loki ticked me off so much that I gave up on that. They announced that they're going to be doing a sequel series to the X-Men cartoon from the 90s called X-Men 97. I have no faith in them to do a good job with that. I don't care that you're bringing back the original voice actors. You've tugged on my nostalgia strings enough already and disappointed me at every step that I have no faith in you to do what I believe needs to be done with those properties. I didn't even bother to watch the Eternals. I had been burned so much that I made no plans to go and see the Eternals. And at every turn, I hear that, you know, I dodged the bullet on watching it. Which really sucks because, I liked the Eternals in the comics. You know, I'm one of the few people, apparently, at least on Twitter, that was actually, giddy about it, because, I'm a big fan of Jack Kirby's art. I love, the Kirby crackle and everything like that, and I just love the creativity that Jack Kirby brought to the comics industry. But to see them, just meander and try to throw that movie together and hide behind the message kind of just rubbed me the wrong way. So yeah, I'm pretty much done with the MCU. I'm looking forward to the Deadpool cameo in Multiverse of Madness, and I want to see the Spider-Man movie, because I want to see the Sam Raimi Doc Ock and Green Goblin again. And then after those movies are done, I don't need to see anything else with the MCU. I'll be finished, I'll be done. And again, it just really sucks because, like, a lot of these properties and stuff I'm really interested in. I loved that X-Men cartoon from the 90s. I watched it all the time. It was dark, it was mature, it was serious, without being overly dark, mature, and serious. It handled mature subject matter with maturity and nuance, which is, maturity and nuance is something that is completely absent from today's media. There's no such thing as nuance and subtlety. It's all beat you over the head with everything. I have no faith in them to do a faithful, good continuation of that series. You have squandered my faith, MCU. I no longer have faith in you, Mouse. More and more, like, Disney is reminding me of the WWE. When WWE ran WCW out of business and they had no more competition, they instantly, like, just went downhill in terms of quality. And I feel the same way with Disney. You know, just because you have more money doesn't mean all your stuff is just instantly gold. All the money in the world, you know, can't polish a turd. A turd is a turd, no matter how much glitter and money you throw at it. I'm off my soapbox now. I'm sorry. You know me, every now and again I will go into rant mode. Well, I mean, no movie can ever truly live up to the hype that, like, it, you know, I even like Endgame to an extent. Like, Endgame, for me anyway, it delivered on some of the hype, but this is why I'm very anti-hype. I don't buy into hype trains and stuff like that anymore. Because I've been burned too many times by hype. Because you overhype yourself, you overhype something to the point that you'll be disappointed in it, even if it's good. Because you've overhyped yourself and it doesn't live up to your expectation. Which is why, like I said, I'm very anti-hype. I try to look at everything objectively and from a distance without the rose-tinted glasses of hype. Like, I was talking with Prince Vegeta because, like, he's getting, like, the GTA games, right? And, like, they're pre-ordering the games, and I'm like, man, the last game I pre-ordered was Xenoverse 2. when it first came out. That was the last game I pre-ordered. And I didn't even play it. But I don't pre-order games anymore. I don't download games digitally anymore unless they're the free ones that I get through Xbox Games with Gold. I don't download and I don't get on hype trains anymore. I am very, very anti-hype. I will wait for months before I get a game. I will wait for a game to come out, and then I will wait for like 2 months after it's released for all the patches to happen and all that. I'll wait for all of that before I will ever buy a game. Anti-hype. The hype train that I'm on is more like a hype scooter. It'll get you where, yeah, the hype scooter. It'll get you where you're going, but it's gonna get you there very slow. Yeah, fun, but not super exciting like a train. Remember the hype train for friggin' Fallout 76? Remember how hyped everybody was for that game? How badly did that hype train derail? Whenever it comes to like a new property, like a new movie or something, I am very much, I temper my sense of decency and expectation. Fallout 76. The 76 being the remaining players. The roads being 1-to-1 accurate with real-world West Virginia is not enough to forgive the over 1,000 bugs that game has, and still continues to have, plus all the microtransactions and all the other junk that Bethesda keeps raking their people over the coals for. It's like Hello Games puts out No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is a buggy mess and not what they promised. So Hello Games spends years fixing it. Bethesda puts out Fallout 76. It is nothing like what they promised. Their answer? Microtransactions. Oh my god, Cyberpunk, man, that was a game that I was barely hyped for. And again, I'm just so glad I dodged that bullet. I'm sorry, Keanu Reeves. I love you, but you were not enough of a reason for me to get that game. Yeah, if you're ever curious about, like, just how big of a colossal failure Fallout 76 was, go look up the Fallout 76 video from Internet Historian. It is such a good watch. Oh, Fallout 76 is beyond broken. What? What's wrong with Fallout 76 is beyond just a simply broken game. The game is not quite broken, it's quite simply unfinished. Their idea of finishing that game was, we'll just import all this stuff from Fallout 4 and nobody will notice. Yeah, we'll make a online only version of Fallout 4. We'll charge you for a brand new game that barely works, and call it a day. And people will just throw awards at us because we are Bethesda, and screw you, give us your money. Bethesda has gotten away with so much crap because they have a mod community of people who love their games so much that they go out of their way to fix their broken, unfinished games at release to try and make them passable and playable. Well, because why finish the game when you know even if you don't finish the game, people are gonna lap it up like it's like they're a thirsty person in the desert and you gave them a thimble full of water. People will just lap it up, and then the mod community will finish the game for you for absolutely nothing. I just saw this, but yeah, I'm kind of right there with you, Kazo. Like the fact that this is supposed to be West Virginia and you have no reference to the Mothman at all. Yeah, not one-to-one accurate there, bud. But regardless, I think we nailed this one. Kazo, you are in the chat. What do you think? Do you like it? Draw her giving you a hug. Draw her telling you everything's gonna be okay. I'm assuming that that means that we are good. Oop, what happened? No. I wrote words. You were supposed to stay there, words. There we go. That one is done. Let's see. Kazo, I reckon we'll just get the other one that you got. Ooh, this one's gonna be... I might have to hold off on that one. That one's, I'm not prepared for that one. Yeah, that I didn't know you were wanting me to do the big robot one. We might I might have to hold off on that one just for right now. It is not lewd. I can't do lewds on YouTube. YouTube lewds are a no-go. There we go. Yeah, I have to adjust my model sheet template for him. The robot is as you can see, I have the female, I have a male base, and then I have a child base. I do not have giant extra super duper robot base. Probably on Wednesday, we can get started on that one. But we're gonna get started on this one. We'll get this one done out of the way. I think this might be our last one for today since we've already hit 3 hours. So this will probably be our last one for the day, but that is cool. Besides, you know how it's gonna be, Kazo. Once I start doing that manga commission, you're basically getting a whole week to yourself in terms of like commissions. Don't be sorry. You ain't gotta be nothing to be sorry about. Should do. How's my commission to-do list looking? Hold on just 1 second. Let me see where I left off and what I actually have to add to it. Whoops, dropped my marker. Just 1 second. Okay, so what we're looking at right now, with the time-sensitive commissions out of the way, After I finish this one, I will be down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 single image commissions, and then the manga bundle. So every day when my list gets shorter, it refills. That's why I say I've been putting in the description, it's like my queue just regenerates. I do all my stuff in Metabang. It's a little too puffy. I have no idea if there's like a Metabang mobile. I don't do anything on mobile. The only thing I do on mobile is Twitter. Yeah, the hoodie vest is kind of cool. At least I'm assuming it's a hoodie vest. It's what it looks like. Seems like the other artists that he had doing this character couldn't make up their mind on whether this character is wearing regular fusion pants or extra baggy hammer fusion pants like they have in this reference image here. So I reckon what we'll do is we'll just kind of like go with like a mixture. We'll make them a little baggier and hammery while still giving it that fusion look. Need to puff it out a little bit more. These are supposed to be baggy pants. When I was zoomed out, I really couldn't tell. So what we're gonna do this. make adjustments to it afterwards. Do. There we go. Now, I'll just go back in, make some line adjustments, match everything up. That way she's got her puffy pants. You know what? In fact, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to go all in on the fluff. There we go. I like that. Hey, that nice, quick, easy way to get your inverted hairstyle on a back view of your character. You just copy it, paste it, and then basically reverse it. Hey, Chrono. Having this base template for the different character designs, you know, the female, the male, and the child, makes things go by a lot faster. Since, you know, 90% of the time, all of my model sheets are all done the same way. They're all in the same kind of poses. So having just a base sketch that I can apply the details over, instead of having to re-sketch the bodies every single time, just makes things a lot quicker, more efficient. Efficiency, yay. Now the same basic thing that we did for the hair, we're also going to do for pants. Yeah, I mean that used to be the way it was at one of my old jobs. I could watch videos on my phone and stuff all the time because one, there was nothing to do, and two, our boss just didn't care. Not at like the job that I had right before I started streaming and doing art full time, but the one before that job. Well, I finally finished that energy drink that I should have finished hours ago. There we go. Base sketch done. Let's line this bad boy up. Or in this case, bad girl. little too close. Where they... There we go. Put them up just a smidge. Hey, no problem, Ruby. We're still gonna be here for a little bit. I want to finish this one up, and then we're gonna call it a night. I want to be able to give myself enough time to, like, kind of bring myself down from the stream, you know? Especially since I drank that, what was left of that energy drink. I've also want to tune into the pay-per-view, the AEW pay-per-view tonight, and I think I'm pretty sure that starts at 8 o'clock. It's 8 or 9 o'clock. So I want to be kind of ready for that. As long as we can get a couple commissions done tonight, start, moving our way through the queue, we'll be good. Hi, Isabel. We were just working on, what do you call it? Model sheets. We've been doing model sheets and stuff all day. You missed the first one, and the sketch portion of this one, but we're still inking and stuff. So you're not too late. You are late, but you're not too late. And then, like I said, tomorrow will be, tomorrow's DBNA day, so we're going to just be doing pages tomorrow. We are going to finish out Chapter 8, and then there's going to be, I have decided that we are going to take a quick break from the DBNA streams while I sketch out and get the chapter ready. That'll either be like a 1 week or a 2 week break, depending on how long it takes me to get it done. But yeah, then once the chapter is all sketched out and ready, we will be back on the inking streams and stuff to finish the pages and stuff out. Hey, Art Dog in the chat. Hey, that's fine. If you're able to show up, I appreciate it. If not, I understand. I mentioned earlier, I am not the kind of streamer who is going to chastise you for having a life outside of my streams. I will never get that mindset, and I never intend to have that mindset. That's what I want to hear. That's the kind of stuff that I love to hear. That you enjoy, like, my streams are enjoyable, they're relaxing. I know there are some people who work on their art alongside me. That's the kind of things that I want to accomplish with this stream. We aren't here to make memes, and we joke and stuff occasionally, but this is just a place for you to come out and chill and relax and just vibe. And that's what I like. What do I feel about YouTube removing the dislike button? It didn't accomplish anything. It's not going to accomplish anything. Because the creators who were advocating for it to be removed are still going to be able to see the dislikes. The dislikes are now just not public. And what's to stop somebody from just posting a comment that says, if you disliked this video, like this comment? It serves absolutely nothing. It doesn't protect anybody. It doesn't shield anybody from criticism. It just keeps, like, review YouTubers who are showing that people don't like something. It keeps them from being able to accurately show that something is disliked. It's just like when friggin', like, Netflix, when they removed, like, all of, like, the public, when they, removed, like, how many people liked it or how many people disliked it, only you would be able to see if you gave it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I mean, it didn't accomplish anything, because people still dislike things, things still get blocked and stuff on Netflix. It served nothing but to, appease people who can't take criticism. But yeah, removing the dislike button or whatever from, or disabling the public dislike count or whatever they're doing, it's not gonna, it doesn't do anything to protect anybody, because there will always be workarounds. You can curate your experience to an extent, but if you are putting yourself out in the public, like, I fully expect, I've gotten dislikes and stuff on my streams before, but I expect it. I'm putting myself out there for the public to see, so I'm expecting that, my content isn't going to be for everybody. Some people are going to tune in and they're just not going to like my content. And I've accepted that. You can ignore, like, people who have nothing positive to say about you, or at least not ignore it, or not ignore it to an extent, but you can, glean from public discourse what is working and what's not. But to just outright, we're just going to hide it so that, you know, somebody's fifis don't get hurt. You're not doing anything to benefit creators. If anything, you're insulating them from critique that would actually make them make better content. Oh, I don't doubt they're gonna do something with the comments section. But I mean, like, people who are already way too sensitive about their content or don't want people to see how badly disliked something is, you already have the option to turn comments off. But in so doing, you invite even more criticism because you're not allowing conflicting opinions to be heard. The more you try to hide something, the worse you make it. I mean, there's already workarounds on it because from what I remember, there's a website or something that allows you to put comments on videos where the comment section is turned off. So even though they've got the comment section turned off, you could still comment on that video and they can still see it. So hiding your comments and stuff like that, it accomplishes absolutely nothing. Just, you know, there's just a couple of people who are butthurt and can't take dissenting opinion. So they're demanding that everything be changed so that they don't have to, quote unquote, suffer through it. I don't think we're ever going to have to worry about that from me. I have absolutely no intention of hiding my comment section or doing anything dumb like that. I think it's pointless. I mean, for one, like, you want to see how pointless it is? Look at High Guardian Spice, that Crunchyroll cartoon that they're trying to say is anime, but is clearly not. What did hiding the like and dislike bar and disabling comments do for that? It did it absolutely no favors. In fact, it made it get criticized even more, because now they're trying to insulate the people who made the show, and they're trying to insulate Crunchyroll from any of the negative criticism, and all that did was make people make more and more videos and stuff about it and criticize it even more. Hiding all that stuff did absolutely nothing to insulate them from the criticism. It only made it worse. Trying to hide stuff like that is it's burying your head in the sand and trying not to acknowledge reality. If you make content people like, people will like it. If you make content that people don't like, people will dislike it. If you are putting something into the public eye and the public sphere, you have to go into it with the knowledge and the expectation that not everybody is going to like it. Yeah, hiding negative criticism of something doesn't help it gain popularity. You might be trying to, like, convey a narrative or something that the show is more popular than it actually is, but the proof is in the pudding. Just because some people like it doesn't mean the show is good. Just because some people dislike it doesn't mean the show is bad. But if the majority of people don't like the show, then that means a lot of people won't watch it. And when something isn't watched, that is the determining factor of whether or not they get renewed or not. You know, ratings and money matter. If the show isn't making money, then they're not going to renew it. And according to everything that I have heard, and the reviews that it's gotten, well, you know, referring to High Guardian Spice, that show isn't getting a season 2. And it, like, for me, like, I criticize that show based on, technical aspects. The technical aspects of that show are bad. It's a bad show. It is not well made. It is entirely on the wrong platform. You know, if you had just taken out the swearing and the blood that show, you could have pitched it to Cartoon Network and they probably would have bought it hook, line, and sinker. But you tried to say that it was an anime after taking money that you said that you have expressly told your subscribers was going to the anime industry. You took that money and opened up your own studio and funded your little pet project, which angered a lot of your subscribers, and your subscribers took it out on that project. But yeah, from a technical aspect, that show is just not good. The animation is not good. The background art is like really nice. There's some really good background art in it. But the animation quality is really bad, especially for something that you pushed back for 3 years. The animation quality is subpar. The voice acting is absolutely atrocious. The music is not good. And you put it on entirely the wrong platform to... You basically pushed it out somewhere where it was destined to fail. And then they'll like, oh man, like I've seen clips of it. After like the first week it was released, I saw enough clips to know that the show was just bad. The dialogue and the writing of that show is also absolutely horrid. From almost every technical aspect, that show is just a disaster. And it does not deserve a season 2. And if there is any justice in the world, it won't get a season 2. Well, it's not even that the trend was 15 years ago. It's that there have been shows that have come out that do the exact same thing, but they do it 1,000 times better than High Guardian Spice does. High Guardian Spice is doing everything generic, and there's just absolutely nothing original about it. And I tend to agree with one of the comments that it just seems like they couldn't get the rights to Little Witch Academia, so they decided to try and make their own. But they made their own, and it was like way worse. It was like 10 times freaking worse. Yeah, that's the funny thing is, like, not even pirating sites carry High Guardian Spice. It's not even worth the time for pirating sites to pick up. If that doesn't tell you something about the quality of it. Like, I know horribad anime that are picked up by pirating sites. But if the pirating sites won't even pick up High Guardian Spice, that's got to tell you something about the quality of that show. You are free to like it. I know people who like Freddy Got Fingered, and that movie is freaking god-awful. You can like what you like. But just because you like it doesn't mean it's good. Freddy Got Fingered is hilarious, sometimes in a haha way, but mostly in a what the hell am I watching funny way. Yeah, the same thing with that first Mario movie. Everybody knows that's not really a good movie. It's not a good adaptation, and it's not really a good movie. But people still like it. For whatever, for one reason or another, people like it. You're free to like whatever you like. Just because you like something and other people dislike it, it doesn't invalidate you. It doesn't invalidate your liking of that particular property or whatever. Just because other people dislike it and you don't. Or other people like it and you don't. I don't like Legend of Korra, but I can still admit that it has some things that are really nice about it. And I'm not going to say that just because you like Legend of Korra, you're not, whatever, you don't deserve to live or whatever. You're free to like whatever you like, just as other people are free to dislike whatever they like. Yeah, I mean, don't get me started, because if you get me started on the Korra hate train, I will go into it in the autistic detail. In truly autistic detail, I will go into all the reasons I don't like Legend of Korra. Because I can kind of count on one hand all the reasons I do like Legend of Korra. But, I mean, I could write like a 4-hour dissertation on why I dislike that show. nobody likes Dragon Ball Evolution. I have a hot take. If Dragon Ball Evolution didn't have the Dragon Ball name and Dragon Ball characters and the basic premise of Dragon Ball, I'm not saying it would have been a good movie, but it wouldn't have been hated as much as it was. It is still a very not good movie, but it would not have garnered the amount of vitriolic hate that it has nowadays if it just didn't have the name of Dragon Ball on it. But in the same vein, you have to thank Dragon Ball Evolution for even existing, because if it didn't, you wouldn't have gotten Dragon Ball Super. You wouldn't have gotten Battle of Gods, and the series wouldn't have been revived. Because if Dragon Ball Evolution hadn't come out and crapped the bed like it did, and basically, told Akira Toriyama to go F himself, then Akira Toriyama wouldn't have written Battle of Gods, or wouldn't have gotten involved with the Battle of Gods movie, and Dragon Ball Super wouldn't exist. So you can dislike it all you want, but you also have to thank it for existing, because you got a show out of it. Yeah, it's like I said, if that movie just didn't have the Dragon Ball name and the characters weren't named after Dragon Ball characters, it still would be a bad movie, but it wouldn't be as bad. Yeah, it's an okay film. It is a popcorn movie that you can shut your brain off and watch. Unless you're a Dragon Ball fan, because when they try to call that Justin Chad, whatever his name was, when they call him Goku and crap like that, it takes you immediately out of, your suspension of disbelief. You want to know what's a good Dragon Ball movie that isn't named Dragon Ball and has literally nothing to do with Dragon Ball, but if you watch it, you could be like, you know what? This would be a Dragon Ball. This is how a Dragon Ball movie should be done. Kung Fu Hustle. Kung Fu Hustle is a Dragon Ball movie without being a Dragon Ball movie. That movie has funny martial arts. It's got good comedy. It is a total Dragon Ball movie that has nothing to do with Dragon Ball. But if a Dragon Ball movie was to be made, that's how I would want it to be made. Because, like, I don't know how to break it to everybody else, but Dragon Ball is more than Super Saiyans. Dragon Ball is more than Super Saiyans and beam battles. There were no beam battles in Dragon Ball until the very end of, like there was no beam struggle between Goku and Tenshinhan. I think the last beam struggle... The first beam struggle was between Goku and Piccolo, and that was right before Dragon Ball Z. There were no beam struggles before that. That series had... Oh, hello, Ryan. That series has had so much length that it could go on before you even knew what a Saiyan was. And the mentality that you can't enjoy Dragon Ball unless there's screaming beam battles and power-ups and Super Saiyans, that is a closed-minded and weak mindset. Oh, hi, Mark. I mean, I unironically love original Dragon Ball specifically because a lot of that stuff is absent. The stereotypical things that everybody seems to like about Dragon Ball are largely absent from from pre-Z Dragon Ball. I love that part of the series specifically because a lot of that stuff is missing. Yeah, in the manga, there is no such thing as Dragon Ball Z. It's all just Dragon Ball. They renamed the anime portion Z to differentiate it from the early Dragon Ball. I guess because it's just the tonal difference between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. You know, early Dragon Ball is a more, like, mystical kind of adventure. And then once Z comes around, as soon as Raditz shows up, it stops being very mystical and goes straight into sci-fi. Like, I've often said that, like, the Saiyan arc for me is like the peak of Dragon Ball, because it had the sci-fi elements that are gonna start becoming the large portion of Dragon Ball, right? But it still had enough of the mystical elements to hold, to make the allusion to the original portion of the series. It wasn't until like Frieza that like it like completely, like, all the mystical elements of it like took a back seat to all the sci-fi elements. GT was meant to be a throwback, but in a lot of ways I feel like they missed the mark with it. You could still capture that feeling of old Dragon Ball without just having to turn Goku into a kid and try to retread the series. They could have done so much more with GT, and to an extent, like the arc that I want to do, the Journey to the West Galaxy arc, is supposed to be like an homage to early Dragon Ball. I want to do, like, wackier, fun stuff with that arc. To be honest, Isabel, I don't know what Super is trying to accomplish. I mean, like, IRL, I know what they're trying to accomplish. They're trying to sell merchandise. I largely feel that Super is very soulless. Because it constantly apes off of its predecessor. Like, a bunch of those quote-unquote cool moments from the Tournament of Power have absolutely no weight to them unless they are feeding off of what came before. Of all the series, even if I include GT, I feel like Super is the weakest of all of those series. I don't even include Super Dragon Ball Heroes because it's not even... Super Dragon Ball Heroes is a glorified commercial for a video game. So I don't even count Super Dragon Ball Heroes. But I largely feel that Super is just a soulless cash grab. It does not have the charm of its predecessor. It tries to replicate the charm of its predecessor by replicating things that happened in the past and trying to tug on your nostalgia. But it just, I feel in a lot of ways it fails in that regard. That's my opinion on it. Like a lot, man, it's just, man, Super is more like GT than people want to admit. You know, it has a lot of really good ideas, but it falls on its face so many times. And people just don't want to acknowledge it because, like, it's been a meme for so long to hate GT. It really does. It is constantly trying to stand on the mountain that was carved by Z. You know, all the insider references, all the callbacks to stuff that happened in Z. If, you know, I mean, and like the way I've been looking at it is, besides introducing, like, the one thing that I think Dragon Ball Super has done that I think they've actually kind of implemented well were the introduction of the divine hierarchy. That's really the only thing Super has introduced that is interesting, or that, you know, packs any kind of significant weight. But without the divine hierarchy, what exactly has Super done to stand out that didn't happen already in Z? Like, what kind of significant impact is it to just introduce more Super Saiyan transformations? It's like I said, Dragon Ball is more than just transformations and power-ups and stuff. I need more than that. I need good story. I need good writing. I want good characters. That whole series, again, I keep going back to this whenever I critique Dragon Ball Super. Sticking it in that little 10-year time gap and expecting me to believe that all of these world-changing events are happening in that little 10-year gap is just too much for me. Because it berefts everything of tension, because we know how it all has to end. We have to be at status quo at the end of the day so that the end of Z happens. Because they have made no indication that they are quote-unquote decanonizing the end of Z. As far as everybody is concerned, the end of Z is still happening no matter what people try to, how bad people try to dissuade you from that being the case. The end of Z is still canon. It just is. No matter how much they've poked a hole in it with Super just being a thing. So doing all of this stuff in that little 10-year time gap berefts everything of tension, and you know nothing of consequence can truly stick. Nobody can die. Nothing is allowed to happen because we have to go right back to the way everything was at the end of Z. You know how it all ends. If you just move past end of Z, then we can open our minds to it a little bit more. Like in the Tournament of Power, one of the things that I liked about the Tournament of Power was I loved Roshi's speech. That speech that he had was very, very poignant, and it was touching, and you know, it packed the emotional weight that something like that needed to pack. But at the same time, I know Roshi shows up in the end of Z, so when he collapses and everybody thinks he's dead, I know in the back of my head he's not really dead. He can't die because he shows up at the end of Z. So you rob that moment of a lot of the emotional weight of the possibility that Roshi is dead because you know he's still alive at the end of Z. But if all of this had taken place after the end of Z, then the chances of him actually dying and staying dead and that sacrifice meaning something, it increases so much more because you don't know that he's not going to survive. Oh, and the future Trunks arc, oh my lord, please, I can't stand the fact that part of the series exists because it is a retread. You want to talk about retreads, that is basically a retread of the Android arc, just done so much worse. And it sucks because Goku Black's reveal is one of the best villain reveals of all time, and it just sucks that it is done on a blatant fan pander, which is what the Goku Black arc is. It is such a blatant fan pander. And it, like, oh my god, I have never felt like a bigger waste of time in a super arc than when that arc ended. The way that arc ended, I was like, you're telling me that this entire arc was just a colossal waste of time. What are my thoughts on canon debates? Well, I mean, Geekdom 101 has said it, like, best. There's no, like, quote-unquote official canon. You can basically pick and choose what you want from the series at this point because there's, let's see, you've got your anime continuity, you've got your manga continuity, you've got the Dragon Ball Heroes continuity, and you got video game continuity. And you've got movie continuity. Because the movies are actually kind of different from the anime. They have contradictions. So there is no real cohesion between all of those different parts of the franchise. So you have to you're picking and choosing what you decide is canon. Me, personally, if I'm looking at it from, like, absolute true canon, this is the way that I see it. The only quote-unquote true canon of Dragon Ball is the stuff that was 100% written and drawn by Akira Toriyama. So that would mean the original Dragon Ball manga, Jocko the Galactic Patrolman, and the Dragon Ball Minus manga. Those three things are the only quote-unquote official canon. Because those are the only Dragon Ball things that are... and I guess you could include Dr. Slump, because there's like there's an overlap between them. So those 3 or 4 things are the only quote-unquote true things, in my opinion, because they were written and drawn by the author. Everything else can be considered supplemental canon, because it's written and or done by somebody other than Akira Toriyama. it always, in my opinion, the stuff that is written and drawn by the author takes precedence over everything else. Because that was his vision. That's his original vision. That's the way it was supposed to be. And you are free to disagree. You are free to not agree with that. But that's my opinion on the matter. The only true canon of the series is the stuff that was done by Akira Toriyama. Everything else can be added or subtracted as it is supplemental as you see fit. Contradictions and all. GT is not as bad as people say, but it's also not as good as a lot of its defenders say that it is. It still is a very, very, very flawed entry in the series. It is... Yeah, it's just... It is not good, but it is not terrible. Like, I'm not afraid to admit, I like GT, but at the same time, I can acknowledge just how bad, just how bad and egregious some of the things that it does are. Hence why, when I did, like, the GT rewrite for DBNA, I tried to rectify some of the things that I thought were problems with it. When I get back to doing original series again, will I be working on Blood Rider or one of the other series? It all depends on what I'm in the mood to do at that point. I do want to include... I do want to do more Blood Rider for sure. Blood Rider for sure is something that I do not want to give up on because I absolutely love it. And I actually have people who are clamoring for more Blood Rider. You know, I get people asking me if it's dead or if, like, I'm planning on continuing it. I have a lot of people who ask about it. So Blood Rider is definitely something that I want to do. But at the same time, I also want to do a full proper chapter, at the very least, of My Big Sisters Are Monsters. I'd like to do a pilot chapter for Codename DCC. I'd like to get a pilot chapter for RAR XP done. You know, I have ideas and stuff for original manga. The problem is I only have so many hours in the day. I want to be able to do all this stuff, but in addition, you know, still do the thing that people most widely recognize me for, which is Dragon Ball New Age. But I've only got so many hours in the day to do all of it. But, you know, that's the main reason why I try to do these streams and stuff, so that I could start making a little bit more passive income. Because the more income that I'm able to make, the more time I can dedicate to doing not only Dragon Ball New Age, but original projects. You know, I won't have to work on... I like doing commissions, but I won't have to work on commissions all the time to make sure my bills are paid. I can, you know, show people the creation process on these original manga and stuff like that. I can start making more original manga merchandise and stuff. You know, more stuff to plug that kind of stuff rather than, you know... It's why I don't hold any guilt against, like, Team 4-Star for when they quit, you know, doing Dragon Ball Z Abridged. You know, they love that series. They loved Dragon Ball Z Abridged. But they couldn't dedicate more of their time to it, because they wanted to do these original projects, and they really couldn't monetize Dragon Ball Super at all. I love Dragon Ball New Age. I really do. I love this series. I love the attention that it brought me. I love that it allowed me to branch out and start doing original stuff. But at the same time, it's more of a passion project than anything, because I can't monetize it. I can't make any money off of it. The only time I can make money off of it is when I'm doing the streams of it and people watch the streams, and if I start making ad revenue off of them. That's the only time I can monetize it. And that's just monetizing the creation of it. I can't get ad revenue off of, like, selling advertisements for Dragon Ball New Age. I can't make merchandise off of it. It's a passion project. And I have other things that I would like to do before I get too old to do them. Like, as much as I love Dragon Ball New Age, like, I'm gonna be working on an original comic for Conquest Comics, or an original manga for Conquest, and when that starts, like, all my commissions and stuff have to get put on the back burner. I can't take any new commissions at that point, and I'm not gonna be able to work on Dragon Ball New Age because I have to dedicate all my time to that project. I have to get that project done as quickly as I can, but as efficiently as I can, so that I can come back to my other projects while that is waiting to get funded. Well, that's what the whole buy me a donut on Ko-fi thing is. If you want to tip me, you can go to my Streamlabs, you can go to Ko-fi. You don't have to buy a commission if you just want to tip me. You can put the tips and stuff through Ko-fi or through Streamlabs, and I get them. You know? So I do have a tip jar. It's just I'm not out here constantly shilling myself and telling people please donate to my tip jar. Because I know how the struggle is. That's why I don't chastise anybody for not being able to, like, hang out at streams and stuff all day. I'm not expecting that out of anybody. If you're able and you're generous and you really don't want anything from me, you just want to support the stream, you can put a tip in there. If you want to get something out of the stream and it's not artwork, you want a t-shirt or something, go to my merchandise store and buy a shirt. All that stuff helps the channel. But at the same time, if you can't, watching the channel or subscribing to the channel is something that you can do to help support it without spending a dime. Like I said, I'm never ever going to shame my subscribers for not buying a t-shirt or anything like that. I'm not that kind of streamer, and I'm never going to be that kind of streamer. And I will never tell people that you are less than for not being able to give me money. If you are able and stable enough to financially support the stream in any way, shape, or form, then I appreciate that. But I will not, at the same time, come out here and tell you you have to do it. I want you guys to be able to take care of yourself first and foremost. How are my watch hours going? I'm up to almost 700 hours. So we're making really, really good time. I'm only like 24 hours away from being at 700 watch hours. So we are almost a quarter of the way to monetization hours. And like I said, if you are financially able and stable enough and you want to support the channel financially, there's a bunch of ways to do it. If you can't do that, I understand. I know what it's like. Watching the stream or subscribing to the channel is a way that you can help support the channel and the stream without having to spend a dime. And since we are on that subject, I will reiterate, if you are wanting to get a commission, you can see in the middle of the screen, if you go to Ko-fi and you use Taco Papa at checkout, you can get 10% off your commission order. I've had a bunch of people already do it. I've had a lot of people use the coupon code already. Eventually, I'll be at conventions and stuff, Ryan. It's just this year was not the year for me to go to conventions. I mean, besides the whole COVID thing, I just had no time to prepare and I have nothing to take. So, you know, if I went to a convention, I would just be sitting there like a bump on a log because I don't have anything. But hopefully next year, when I'm, at the rate I'm going, I should be monetized in a couple of months. But hopefully by next year, I'll start being able to go to conventions and stuff. I won't be able to go to like really far away conventions unless I'm invited and they pay for me to come there, but I'm not popular enough for that yet. But eventually I'll be out and about. Conventions are really fun. And then also, like I said, I'm gonna open up a P.O. box at some point. So like if you guys ever got like merchandise, like a t-shirt or something, and you want me to sign it or whatever, when that P.O. box is open, you'll be able to send stuff to that P.O. box. And if you want something signed, like an old book or a piece of art that you happen to get from me or whatever, if you send send the package with a return envelope with your address and stuff on it, I'll sign it and send it back. I have no problem with that. Yeah, I had a bunch of people like who have like those the DBNA mini mangas who've asked me if I have a PO box because they want to send it to me and get it signed. So that's going to be something we'll get to at some point, but we just don't have it right now. Oh, if somebody has like the mini mangas and they want me to sign them and they're somewhere where they can meet me in person, like at a convention or something, I am more than happy to do it. And again, I am not so conceited as some people are to charge you for an autograph. I will never be that quote-unquote big. I will never be the guy who asks my fans for like $50 for me to sign something. I love to meet my fans and I love to try and make people happy. That is a level of arrogance I don't think I could ever possess. You see that little rant that we just went on? The little heart-to-heart that we just had? That's why I like doing these streams. I like being able to chit-chat with you guys about stuff like that and tell you my reasoning for certain things. And you guys just really don't know how much it means to me for you guys to like my stuff enough to keep showing up to these streams and just keep me company, motivated, and to, you know, just work with me and listen to me. It really does mean a lot to me. I appreciate that, Ruby. There we go. Line art done. We still got about 45 minutes, so we will likely finish this up right on time. Also, this is a flat character sheet, so I don't have to do any shading. That's a good question. What is her name? Let's see. Gote Hori, a Metamor infusion between Sun Goten and Shihori, which is one of his OCs. I guess so. The other thing I like about doing these streams and showing you guys like the process on everything, besides just, you know, being kind of interesting, because I like watching art streams and seeing how other artists like how their process might be different from mine. This is also a way to show you guys that of why I can't just sit down and do like a whole chapter of DBNA and do commissions at the same time, because of how long these things take. You know, I've had people, they're like, you know, well, stop releasing just single individual pages, just release the whole chapter. I don't have the time. If I sat down and just tried to do a single chapter of DBNA all at once, and then, you know, it would take me a month. I wouldn't be able to do it, and then I'm gonna lose out on my bill money. I can't do it. I mean, remember last time when I was doing DBNA and I was releasing just whole chapters, it took me an entire month and I was working a full-time job at that time. I basically had 2 full-time jobs and one of them was DBNA. Yeah, that's the other thing. You know, I was driving myself into the ground doing that schedule, working basically 18 hours a day almost. And that's why I drove myself into the ground after 6 months. Right now I'm on a very sustainable schedule, and like I said, if I get to the point where I'm living much more comfortably and able to do more like manga and DBNA and stuff full time, then that's what I will do. When I can move on from doing mostly commissions and then to mostly like original work and DBNA, then that's what we'll do. But for now, I still have bills to pay, and this is what I have to do. I feel your suffering, Rainey, as we have both suffered. Yeah, this is also like showing you guys the process and how long it takes me to do things is also why like I criticize people who say, well, why are you charging me for art? You do art all the time. Like, yeah, and look at how much time I have to spend on all of it. I showed it on Twitter a couple weeks ago. I had a guy who basically, he wanted me to draw his manga for him for credit, for quote-unquote credit and exposure on his YouTube channel that had, when I checked it, like 10 subscribers. And I said, credit and exposure does not pay my bills. Yeah, you make burgers all the time. Why are you charging me for a burger? Although we're talking about McDonald's, so I use the term burger very, very loosely. Well, he asked me how much I charge for manga pages, and I gave him my single page rate and my bundle rate. So, like, my single page rate to just do one single page is $65, but if you get the 10-page bundle, it's $500. So you save $150 on if you get the 10-page bundle. He never got back to me after that, because people just don't want to spend money. Well, at least, you know, people who are asking me to do it for free don't want to spend money. Because trust me, I have had no shortage of people who want manga bundles from me. I've already had people asking me if my manga bundles will open back up because they want to get them, but I have them closed currently. Because I want to get through with Kazos before I open my bundles back open again. Yeah, Kazo got a manga bundle from me. I did that character art for him. And the bundle that he's getting from me is from the same thing. Just not that same character. Well, like, my rate for pages is pretty standard for what you would get in the industry. Most freelance manga and comic artists are right around 50 to 65 a page. That's usually bog standard rate for an artist. Some artists, they charge more, some artists get paid more, but the fairly average rate is about 50 to 65 a page. Yeah, like, I know not everybody can afford a $500 bundle, you know, despite, you know, what they might want. I do have a person who is paying me by the page. When they get the money to do a page, they commission me to do a page. You know, so eventually it will wind up costing them more down the line because they didn't get, you know, a bundle right off the get. But they're still getting it made. But you do wind up saving more if you buy just the 10-page bundle from me. At the same time, if you are interested in getting a bundle when they open back up, you need to send me a script before you pay for the bundle. From now on, I don't care who it is, if it's friend or somebody I know or not. If you send me money for a bundle without sending me a script first, I will refund your money. You can send it to me either on Ko-fi or you can send it to me through an email, but I need a script first before any tender is exchanged. Each bundle is 10 pages. Like I said, my standard rate for a single page is $65. But if you get 10 pages, you save $150. Than if you were paying for each page individually. Yeah, 10 pages. No, I only offer one bundle per person at a time. because I have other people who want to get those commissions, and I only offer 2 bundle packages a month. And I don't want somebody to just come in and swoop up and snag both bundles for themselves. So I limit a person to 1 bundle package per month. I have 2 bundle packages. I want other people to be able to use them. It's different, like when Conquest is paying me for, the manga that I'm going to be doing with them. That's different because that's a giant professional job. The regular bundles are freelance things. So I want to make them as available to as much of my audience and as many people as I can. So I don't want, like I said, I just don't want somebody to come in, I have 2 bundles open, and they buy both bundles for themselves. Now everybody else is out. I don't want it to come down to that. Especially since, if you look, if you've tuned into, the streams when I was doing manga commissions before, one 10-page manga takes me at least 4 to 5 days on stream to finish. And that's depending on the complexity of it. The more complex it is, the longer it's going to take. It's not fair to keep everybody else waiting because I have to do 20 pages for one person. Which is also why I say I need a script before I will do any kind of work, and you need to, I need that script so I know what I'm getting into. Because I'm not going to have somebody pay me the $500 for a manga bundle for something that I either don't want to or cannot do. And as far as things that I don't want to do, I make that pretty clear on my commissions page that it's stuff like mecha and very, very complicated things. That's usually the stuff that I don't want to do. The odds of me refusing commissions are very, very slim. There are just certain things that I do not want to do. Yeah, I do not do colored. Manga. I will not do anything colored. I would have to charge way more if I was doing everything colored, because that is a whole nother can of worms and way more complicated and longer drawn out. It is just strictly for black and white manga styled art. And as many of you can see, if you watch my streams, tend to do, all my stuff tends to be Dragon Ball centric. So expect it to have that manga / anime aesthetic. If you're coming to me trying, to get me to draw something like Jim Lee would do, you are barking up the wrong tree. We stan rainy funny panels in this household. Rainy funny panels are why I shrimp. Here we are. Yoinkus. Heck yeah. Got it looking pretty snazzy. Like I said, just having those bases for the male base, the female base, and the child base makes these character sheets go by so much quicker. Give me 1 second, y'all. Y'all. There it is. Yeah, I approve. And there we have it. I think we rocked it today, guys. Got a lot of work done. It's only 2 commissions, but that is still a lot of work, as you guys can see. Ah, yes, subarashi. Subarashi. But yeah, we finished with 12 minutes to spare before quitting time. So made really good progress. We got, that knocks us down to 8 commissions, not include, let's see, what am I at now? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 9. We got 9 left, not including the manga bundle. So, good work today. Tomorrow is going to be DVNA day. We are going to pick up on regular commissions next week. We're probably going to be doing some more model sheets maybe, or we'll move on to some of the other things. Looks like I got 3 model sheets, the bust, and a couple manga pages. But yeah, today that's going to be it for us today. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I say it all the time. I truly, truly appreciate all you guys coming and spending time with me. It means the world to me. But I have been Malik Torihane. This has been the TEMPTacle Lounge. Thank you guys so much for coming out, and I will see you guys tomorrow for Dragon Ball New Age. Have a good night, everybody. Love y'all.